Hello. Um, Good morning, Joyboy Nika. Hope you are doing well. Alright, so, the last time that I was on this game, we're 50% done. Yeah, 50% fucking done with this game. Hey, Corvallis, go to fuck to sleep, you little bitch. Sorry. Anyways. Yeah, the last time when I played this game, I was 50% done. Um, so... 8 hours! Holy fuck! That means I had to finish this game in 8 hours. Holy fuck. No, it got shittier. It legitimately got shittier. When I got to chapter 3, it got shittier. Because, there's one section in the game that you have to do it 3 times and it prolonged the section that I felt like it's just too fucking repetitive. It got shittier. I don't know about the next few chapters, but if they're gonna bring it all, if they're gonna do it again, it's just fucking shit, honestly. How you doing, Arvich? I was actually gonna go to sleep right now. Too bad Corvallis go order. Yeah, go order fucking White Castle, you fucking Larksa simp mod. I swear. Backseats all the time, but blames it on me. Anyways, I'm gonna hope that chapter 4 is gonna be good. When he sobers up, this fellow will likely ask to go down to the cells. His fellow inmates don't want him sicken up in the cells. Many of the homeless prefer an overnight in the jail rather than I pronounce that as gao. I remember it, like when I was playing, I think with Alone in the Dark. They had jail like that, and I was like, gao. I was like, what the fuck is gao? Jail, rather than living rough on the street. El Mayo, true. White Castle sound racist. It's, it's the, whatever it is. It's the, whatever, they serve like the small burgers or some shit like that. I don't know what burgers they actually sell, but like, they just sell like small burgers. And I heard about them. They're pretty decent, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how they are like, but I heard they're pretty decent. Why are we in the jail?
This is my day off.
What's she done this time? Indecent exposure. Cockfighting.
Cockfighting? Pull out his fucking cock and fight with other people with cocks in it. What is Five Guys? Five Guys is shit. I don't like Five Guys. I prefer Shake Shack over Five Guys if you're gonna ask me about it. Like, if you're gonna ask me to compare between Five Guys and Shake Shack, I would prefer Shake Shack a lot more than Five Guys, because Five Guys, I don't know, the food just tastes fucking disgusting. How you doing, Metal? We are not in the horny jail because there's a guy right here. Ah, my eyes! Ah! Ah, light mode! Fucking light mode, dude! Where the fuck am I? Why is it all slanted like that? Hold on. Corvallis always have this rare emote, true. $20 is one set of Five Guys or no? I think it's more or less than that. I don't know. I tried Five Guys once and I never came back to eat Five Guys ever again. And that was like back in 2019. I ate it back in 2019 when they first did the whole pop-up shop. I think 2019 was the time that Shake Shack and Five Guys went to Singapore, and then it all went downhill for Shake Shack, I guess. No, not downhill for Shake Shack, downhill for Five Guys. Because no one really liked to eat Five Guys other than like having it at one store, and that's about it. You asked for the set. I told you about the set. I'm not talking about Five Guys. I'm talking about Five Guys burgers and fries. And Five Guys burgers and fries do not fucking taste good. It tastes mediocre. Holy shit, carts. What were the other 3 holes? You gotta be Pacific? Yes, of course. I like the Pacific Ocean. Card bridge. Alright. What is this card bridge thing? Dude, I like this mode better. I like it being like fucking darkened, you know? I feel like darkened like so much better. Look. Is that underneath here or where's this fucking pig? I hear the pig, I just can't see the pig. Bro, where the pig? Where the pig at? Why can I hear the pig but I can't see the pig? What? I hear the pig, I can't see the pig. Whatever. Hey Zephyr. Hope you're doing well. Hold on. You're almost done though? I don't think I'm almost done. I'm fucking like far. This is like 50% of the game. Bro. I'm probably not even done with the game. What the fuck? Why do I hear the oinking but where's the fucking pig? Try to shrink to see things. Oh, wow, that's very invisible. Holy crap. That's like super invisible. Wait. Drew is more of a 6 guys than 5 guys. I don't know what you mean by that, but sure. 5 guys and 1 more guy. So that I could share my food with, I guess. Because I don't want to have 5 guys. Burgers and fries. I only want like 5 guys and 1 guy could eat, to eat my food, honestly. Well, to be fair though, I don't know. I just, you know, this is fucking weird. You've been running this game? Wait, you run this game? You fucking run this game, interesting. Okay. You run the any percent or the 100%? And let me tell you, I like this game, but like honestly, with the whole like, okay, so I like the game in general. I like how like very aesthetically pleasing it is. The problem with this game is that, hey Michael, I'm doing all right. I hope you're doing well. The problem with this game is that it's just way too fucking I don't know. It's way too fucking. Oh wait, hold on. Where's this fucking? Okay, I can't even take the teeth. What was it called? God, I forgot the word already. It's way too repetitive. There you go. Like you have to repeat shit again and again and again, and I just don't like it, honestly. Like sure, I like the aesthetics of like this part of the game. Don't get me wrong, I love it. The problem is that, oh shit, I almost fell. The problem is that if I'm gonna repeat the same fucking thing like 3 times, like I'd rather not play this game, and I'd rather play it once and then that's about it. Like it's so fucking stupid that you're gonna repeat the same process like 3 times just for you to complete the fucking chapter, because they want to prolong the chapter for like God knows how many fucking times. That's what I hate about this game. Other than that, I think this game is just like fucking, how you say? Hey Lenny, this game is like the whole aesthetic, oh, fuck me. The whole like atmosphere, the surroundings of this game is actually really good. I just don't like how repetitive it is after like God knows how many fucking hours that you want to fucking like play in this game and whatever it is, you know. Just don't like it. But yeah, I don't think I'm almost done at all. I think I'm like halfway through the game. I don't think I'm almost done. I don't. And by the way, I don't know how many fucking. I know there's like 3 more chapters. That's about it. I know there's 3 more chapters and that's about it. The only problem is that I don't know how many fucking sections are there in like this part. If they're gonna repeat like a section in this part that will take me like 20-30 minutes, and then they're just prolonging my time from like 30 minutes to an hour 30, then like no. But there's like 3 more chapters, right? Like this one, chapter 5, chapter 6. That's like 3 more chapters. Because I don't think there's like well, 3 more chapters. Yeah. This one, and then the other, whatever it is. Oh, there's 5? Huh. So there's not 6. Oh. I legitimately thought it was 6. Wait, what am I supposed to do here? Are you serious? How am I gonna get up there? Oh. Okay, hold on. So does that mean I have to throw my fucking shit down there? Nope. Boss is 6 alone? I guess so. Okay, cool. Now the question is, how do I go there? Oh, it stays like that for quite a while. Okay. How long does this take? Oh, this takes very fucking instant. Okay, hold on. Can never find it on PS3. I doubt they released it on PS4. They never released it on PS4, I think. Oh my god. I don't think I can make it again. I can. Oh, okay. But I feel like this game is really cool of its kind. I think from like a 2011 game, this game is like one of those games that is like, I really do like the aesthetics of it. Like, don't get me wrong, this game is actually really fucking good as it is. What's... The problem with this game is that just too repetitive. I played the Oriental fucking part of the game. It's like, fuck me, I don't want to fucking do this thing again. Like, I did it for the second time. I was like, yeah, okay, sure, second time, alright. Probably they don't want me to do it again, and then they do it again. And then I was like expecting like a 4th one because, you know, like somehow they're probably gonna pull in like a 4th fucking part where I had to go through a fucking, like, all the boss and the sliding puzzle and whatnot. Like, fuck me, I don't want to do that. Like, I really just didn't want to do that at all. What? Wait, hold on. Oh. Oh, fuck me! Ah, I thought that was a prolonged amount of time for me to actually do that. Oh. This looks really trippy, but it's also very bright. It's like fucking light mode right now. God damn. Of course, light mode right now. How am I gonna reach there? Am I actually gonna reach there? Oh wow. I almost missed that. mean, it looks cool. Like from what it is right now, it actually does look cool. I just don't know. I absolutely love this game, but too repetitive. I don't think I would just run it anytime soon. It's just, you know, I just think that this area is just, oh, like I think just chapter 3 is just fucking shit of its own. We'll see. We'll see how this chapter goes. If this chapter goes pretty fucking long as well, I'm just gonna be like, yep. It's one of those games that really want to extend the play time for the game itself. But then again, I have not played the first game, so I don't know how the first game is like. I think the first game probably... Do they do the same thing as like how they do in this game with like prolonged fucking levels? Or prolonged chapters, which like they ask you to like do the same thing like again and again, like fucking God knows how many fucking times. If so, then yeah, that kind of sucks, I guess. You know, it is what it is. Hey Flapjacks, hey Sibip. I love the Oriental one. Maybe someday you decide to do chapter run. I can show you the things in no time. The one that I don't like is 3. That's it. Like, Oriental chapter is cool.
Admire your handiwork, returning to the scene of the crime.
It had to be done, Cat. You said so yourself. You.
Yeah, that is 3.
Red Queen cannot both survive. She is a cancer in your body. Excise her or perish.
Well, she was...
Also, I tried to open up an OnlyFans like a few days ago, and they rejected me because they said I'm not making the content that they want on their site. So I'm probably gonna abandon that and probably gonna use Fanhouse. Or yeah, Fanhouse. Cause they said like, oh, you're here for meme content. We don't do meme content. I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm probably gonna open up Fanhouse instead, smile. Cause I said like, oh, I wanna open up, I said like, oh, if, oh god, holy shit, what's happening? If Konami makes another new Silent Hill, I'll open up an OnlyFans, but I didn't realize OnlyFans didn't like any kind of meme content, so I was like, oh, oop, no meme content, I guess. Whole speedrun takes about 1 hour 40. I heard. I was like, damn. I heard like 80% actually takes like 20 minutes or so. I think so, yeah. And then they reverted it back, if I'm not mistaken. They were like, yep, we're just gonna revert it back. Like, why not? Did they really? When did they do that? The only reason why I knew that... Oh, I have a good one, Zephyr. The only one that I know that they actually did the whole ban thing, or like they did the whole porn ban thing, was because there's a lot of minor porn or underage porn on Tumblr, so they don't want to do that. That's the only time that I remembered, like, why fucking Tumblr actually took their porn away, other than, like, the mobile shit. It's back now, so... No need to use Twitter anymore. Copium, man. Everywhere is gonna have fucking minor porn anyways. Except for Reddit. Reddit is more of the, very mature stuff, even though Reddit's really fucking copium, honestly. Whoa, dude! Holy fuck! What the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Holy shit! Get me out of here! You fucking idiot! Oh shit. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god! Run! Get me out of here, dude! Okay, hold on. Ow. Hold on, I'm in a fucking fight. I'm not really any way to prevent unless you're just gonna require I guess. Ignoring chat? No, wait, I'm fighting! Shut up. Hey Amazon. Amazon. Hey Firefly. Wait, hold on. One. Yeah, man, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to focus on the fight, idiot. Reddit is good for subreddit. Some subreddits are good, but others are like, eh. They're okay. I don't know. I usually follow the like, I don't know, stuff. What is this? Oh, wait. Can I even go on that platform? Like, legit? Hold on. Wanna know something, Curse? What do you do? Yeah, what do you do? Proof restoration videos? God, what? Why? I use Reddit for a lot of like either speedrunning or show content. And then I have like an alt account because, you know, whatever. It's cool sometimes that you can have an alt account just for like, you have like an account just to watch. Oh no, you have like one account just for your main and another account for whatever bullshit you want to fucking put on. I thought about you, dang. Thinking about me with hooves. But I have hands. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Hoof. I used to have hooves, now I have hands.
The Red Kingdom's in ruins, but you're no better off.
Yeah,
I tried to reclaim the castle, but I was set upon by.
I didn't realize that Tumblr reverted their whole
I'm here to
schmuck.
petition her. I must get inside.
The only way in is through me. Sacrifices must be made.
Those who
But then again,
say
I kind of left
they should
Tumblr
be
because a
made
lot
by
of the
others.
fucking
Cynicism is
porn
disease,
spoof accounts
and
keep
cure.
following me or
Once
keep
inside,
like
the word of the
DMing me
outside
and shit
killer
like that. So I was like,
controls
yeah,
everything.
I'm just
Never
gonna
confront him.
not use
He is
Twitter,
invincible.
Tumblr at
Now,
all.
cut me loose. I'll show you
Like
the meaning
Tumblr
of
was a
sacrifice.
place that like I think I like a lot of fan art and stuff like that, but then afterwards it's just like nope, it just went to shit because, you know, not a lot of people wanted to put fan art anymore, so there's that. What do you want? Guess we destroyed the thing. What the fuck? A rose bird? Bird, that is a rose. Yo, gay palace. Gay palace. Look at that gay person. Or is it a fucking woman? Is this a woman or like an actual guy? I think it's a woman. Whoops. Sorry. Okay, hold on. Still gay? True. Insomnia and Hoofium is on Max tonight. Gotta chill. Yeah, go chill. It's the same thing. I think it's like below. Is it below? Wait, hold on. Pull! Pull! Bitch! Pull! You fucking idiot, dude. Okay. Well, hopefully I can finish this game tonight, and then hopefully I can actually make, like, no, make a poll on, like, what the next game will be, because actually I want to go back and revisit a game that I never completed. And this is gonna be something that I think people, like, do know and do not know that I never completed this game. So I'm gonna hope that it will be chosen. If not, then whatever. Ooh. Actually, put it right here. Where does this go? Does it just go all the way back? I guess so. Okay. Whoa, what the fuck was that?
No taxidermic abominations in the house. Demeans the creature's dignity.
What? Oh. Was it just the bomb? Oh, it was the bomb. Yeah, it was the bomb. I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck was that? Oh god, whoops. Pick me up. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to do that. But yeah, I think like the aesthetics of this game is like super fucking amazing. Since like a lot of fucking work has been put into this game. Like, not gonna lie, the work in this game is like super fucking amazing. The levels, however, is just I really hope that, you know, if they make the game again, you know, they shouldn't be putting levels and levels and levels again and again and again, like the repeated levels, you know. And also they have like these kind of boss fights and such like that. Like, I don't really like it. Level design could be a lot better, but like, you know, I think the design of all these fucking levels are like not the like the designed. Oh god, hold on. I think yeah, like the whatever it is, the level design, it should be a lot better, but like the graphics design is actually really good. There you go, that's what I meant to say.
I'm an idiot. Don Quixote had a better chance with his windmills, and without risk of decapitation.
A prudent exit is no less for being hasty.
What the fuck? Do I really not have to shoot him? Hold on. Wow, holy shit, I died. Level is good, playability is so boring, repetitive. Yes. Yep. I mean, it probably is gonna be good for like a few, like I would say like a few times, to say the least. Oh shit. Whoa, dude. Did you smack someone instead? Did it smack me? Oh, it smacked me. Auto aim's kind of shit. It's alright, I guess. Yeah, I don't know if I want to replay it over and over again. Yeah, that's the thing for me. Like, I don't mind the whole like level design of the game if it's just only for one part. If you're supposed to smack the tail, maybe. If you're gonna play this like again and again and again, that's gonna be super fucking horrible.
I'm an idiot. Don Quixote had a better chance with his windmills, and without risk of decapitation.
A prudent exit is no less so for being hasty.
Is he on? Horse kinda let me what? The fuck are you talking about? Ooh. Do I really have to smack his tail or some shit like that? Whoa, dude. I thought I dodged that shit. Yeah. No, the door's not open. Do something? I guess so, but I'm trying. That's all I could say, I'm trying. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hey BB's art. Hope you are doing well. Of BB's art, I guess. I don't even know if I'm doing it. Wait, door's open. Holy shit, wait, hold on. I didn't realize the door's open. What? How was the door open? Huh? I saw the door was closed. I didn't realize. Oh, never mind. No. Okay. Well, he's back anyway. Ah! No, do not go in front of him, you fucking idiot! Back. Go in. Joe Moan. Hope you're having a dope stream. I'm doing alright. As dope as it is, I'm doing alright. Hope you are having a good day today. BB's art. This is scripted, so I guess he's living. I guess so, but I didn't realize that the door was open. I was like, wait a minute, I checked the door. The door was closed. I had to check the door again to see whether it's open, and it was open. So, yeah, cool. What do you mean, come on? I saw it being closed. Okay, thanks. No worries.
Only as good as the person who wields it.
This is true copium. I had to listen to fucking golf girlfriend's syrup copium. Wait, hold on. Here we go.
Queen's guardian rarely leaves his filthy lair.
You know what I really do like? I really do like a achievement system for this game, so I could actually fucking know where the fuck I am in this game. I feel like an achievement system would be actually good. Oh shit, again, really? Oi! He ran in front of me. For like 2/3. No, I'm half. I'm just half. Because I saw yesterday I was just half. I was like, huh? I'm 53% Oni. I mean, she's goth. She's quite goth. That's why it's more attractive, because a lot of people do like goth girls, I guess. Goth girlfriend, yes. Oh my god, again, really? Yo, thank you for the follow, Vinunculus. Hey, friends, indeed. Oh, fuck me, bro. She's 19! Oh! Oh, okay. Never mind. I'll say that this is because this character is 19. Oh shit! There's more! Fuck! Get out! Run! Yeah, this ain't no Disney version. That's why I was like, yeah, she's 19 on this one. Protector, L Protector. Thank you for the follow, much thank you for the follow. Thank you for the sub, much appreciated. First time subber. Enjoy your emotes and welcome to the stable club. Give me that shit. Yeah, I hope you are doing well, L Protector. Just disintegrate in front of my eyes, bitches. Before that, wait, before, let me take, yep, there you go. Yeah, this character is way more attractive because she's 19! 19! Thanks for the hell, unless I was able to beat just above 2 hours first try every boss, but Dollmaker. Dollmaker. Oh, Dollmaker is quite, like, if you can get Dollmaker to be consistent. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna send you a link, hold on. I'll DM you a link real quick. If you wanna, hold on. I need to find this real quick. Okay, if you want any kind of save files that would help you in the Alyssa stuff, it's here. It's I'll send you the link real quick. If I could actually find out where's my shit. Yeah, so I have the wait, how do you spell your name? L Protector. Yeah, I'll send you that one real quick. If I could actually find your fucking name. Hold on. L Protector. Whoa. Is it this one? Yeah, there we go. I just look in the mirror and I'm in heaven. Dude, surely Goth Golf and Copium. But yeah, that's the link to a Google Doc, I guess. Is it? No, Google Drive, sorry. It's a Google Drive. So, so that one has all the save files on. I went to a My Chemical Romance concert and oh my god, I saw Tough Golf Girls and I was like, man, I'm in heaven. Dude, I fucking love... Why did I go into fucking HDMI for some fucking reason? Dude, I love me some goth girlfriends, honestly. Any goth... Hold on. Any goth... furry chicks, copium. I want me some goth furry chicks, copium. But yeah, that Google Drive should have the actually it has the downpatch version of the game if you want to actually try the downpatch version of the game. I totally forgot that I have the downpatch version of the game, but it also has the save files as well. Oh god. Are you kidding me? I'm fucking failing. I may know someone, though they combine both genres as of yet. Goth, furry goth girlfriend? Ayo? Ayo? Ayo, furry goth girlfriend? Let's go. Are you kidding me? I can't do this thing. Hold on. I'm so bad. Hold on. There we go. Okay, let's go forward. Forward into the unknown because I do not know what the fuck is happening in the unknown. Practice current got it down. Yep. It will sooner or later it will help out tremendously. Oh, that's a platform. Haha. I didn't realize that was a platform. I'll put you right here. I think that was what I was supposed to do this whole time, but I'm so fucking dumb. Die, you mighty card. Die! I love killing people. In game, sorry. SMH, I didn't say in video games. Remind me to actually say in video games sometimes. In video games. Huh? What? Huh? Huh? Question, BBSR, what do you do? I know that you're a furry as well. I can kind of tell that you are a furry. What do you do? What's your content like, huh? Yeah, in video games, of fucking course. Yeah, video games. Future serial. No, I'm not gonna be a future serial killer, unlike Michael Van Horn. Smile. I'm not a present serial killer. I'm just who I am. No, I'm supposed to. Wait, am I supposed to play chess? Oh, please don't let me play chess. No, 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 no! Why do I have to play chess? Bro. Oh. Okay, at least I didn't have to play chess. Oh, fuck. Okay, cool. That's so easy. Shut up. I didn't realize it was not like actual chess. I was like, if it's actual chess, I'm gonna be very fucking copium. It's like, no, don't put me in chess right now. Dahmer. I heard about Dahmer. I heard that Dahmer is like one of the best shows right now. I'm like, okay. This is pig. Where's this pig that go oink oink? Little fat nose. Fat nose. Hey Menti. I miss playing this game. I'm playing this game for the first time. It's really cool so far. The only chapter that I don't really like is actually chapter 3. Although the aesthetics of the game is like really cool, I just didn't like how repetitive it was. And that's the only complaint that I have. Other than that, like everything is actually really cool. I like it. Well, I hope you're doing well, Menti. Oh shit, he's back. And it's like one of the games that I really like am alright with playing. It has 30 FPS, you know? Like this game is on 30 FPS surprisingly enough, and it's actually running super fucking well. My Chemical Romance. My Chemical Daddies, I guess. Out of the country vacation. Nice, where are you going? Holy crap, Pog. Inglewood. Interesting. Bali! That's close to me! That's close to me! Poggers! Yeah, because it's Indonesia, right? And Bali's like, yeah, Bali's like very close to me because I live in Singapore, so duh. Poggers in chat. Oh shit. What? Hey! I'm just gonna do this for now. Yeah. So it's quite close to me. Holy fuck, bro. Let me kill this guy first. Okay. Change you to that. Do that. Do this. Do that. Do this again. Do that. Fuck his heart up. Fuck his heart up. We're done. There we go. First concert? Nice. I've been to like a lot of gigs, to be fair though. And I really want to experience like a big concert someday. I just go to gigs. Wait, can I go down? What's up? Okay, there's nothing up. I hear pig again. I hear all the pigs. Water parks. Oh god. I know one song from Water Parks and that's about it. I just don't remember what the fuck that song's called. It was like one of the it was one of the popular songs. I just don't remember what is it called now. It's been a long time since I've actually heard about water parks. Where is this? Oh man. Okay, I took way too long then. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, wait a minute. What the fuck? Bro, copium. Bro. Put this here. What's this? Bottle. Give me that bottle, bitch. Oi! I'm gonna die again. Okay. Glad I didn't die. One of my favorite bands. Open for them. And what is your favorite band? Actually, one band that I'm... Fuck me. What the fuck? Huh? Actually, one band that I'm really excited for is actually Mike. No, not My Chemical Romance, sorry. Blink 182. I'm actually excited for Blink 182. But they're not ever gonna come to Singapore because it is what it is. They never go to like any Asian countries, and the world tour is always an Asian country. Oh no, world tour doesn't involve an Asian country other than Japan. So yeah. Paramore. Ooh, Paramore is really cool. Didn't they release a new song lately? So there's that. 100 gigs. Ooh, interesting. I love Blink 182. I've been... Tom DeLonge is back, so... It's a lot of time for Blink 182 to come back. I heard about Paramore, but like... I only like the past few albums. I mean the last albums and... Not... the first few albums, there we go. Like Misery Business and stuff. I like the pop punk fucking Hayley Williams, you know. I love that one a lot more. Give me that shit and I would be like fucking pissing my pants all the time. I like Animal of the State. I think Animal of the State was like a really cool album to begin to talk about. Other than that, I think for Paramore I just like the pop punk era. I think the pop punk era of Paramore is still like one of my favorites, I guess. I can't really talk about the other one because, you know, the other one for me, it doesn't really resonate with me that well for now, but you know. Can I kill this thing real quick? I love a lot of Green Day and Blink 182. I listened to a little bit of Sum 41. All Time Low was great. A lot of the bands that I listened to a long time ago, it was really good. A Day to Remember. I think that one is a really cool one as well. But now I'm really into like fucking indie music. So I listen to a lot more indie music than fucking... Oh. I listen to a lot more indie music than pop punk nowadays. I think pop punk still has its own thing in my heart. But I haven't listened to like pop punk in a long time. That's all I could say. I mean, there are a few pop punk songs that are cool. My problem is just that like it just feels the same sometimes. I really want something that's like really different and melodic, I guess.
We are all victims in
More emo rock and math rock. You are like the same as I am, because I really do like emo rock and math rock. What the flying fuck? Is it here? Oh, it is here. It's a little fucking weird ass nipple thing. I think math rock is like one of my favorite genres. Oh, hello, what's up? Oh! Ugh! Get out of here. But at the same time, I've been trying to listen to a lot more other countries' emo math stuff, you know? Like I've been trying to listen to a lot more emo math from other countries like Russia. Like Russia bad, yeah, but like their emo scene is actually really fucking good. Like, not gonna lie. I listened to one of their emo fucking bands, like holy fuck. That's like one of like the hidden gems of fucking emo music, I guess. Which is Russian fucking emo, Russian math rock, Russian Midwest emo. Polyphila? No. Too overrated. It's the same thing as whatever that band's called. Covet. I think everyone's just liking that band way too much. I like Japanese math rock. I think Japanese math rock is really cool and very melodic. Like they're really different apart from like a lot of the cool. I'm fucked like always. I've been listening to a band lately that's the name of the band is called SAID, S-A-I-D. I've been listening to this one song on repeat for like God knows how many fucking times this week. I really do like their music. Ooh, almost fucked it up. Okay, is he gonna strip? How? Wait, what? I wanna take the fuck. Oh my god, I wanna take the fucking health in the teeth, you fucking imbecile. I swear to god, you fucking imbecile. 725. Alright, cool. Yeah, I've been listening to this one fucking Japanese pop punk band called SAID, S-A-I-D. I really do love their I think their 2015 album, which is like one of their songs, is like super fucking cool. That's why I really do like it a lot. And then I think there is another band that I was listening to lately. I listened to it when I was in Australia, when I was traveling to Australia for Australian Speedrun Marathon. It's called, hold on. Well, what is it called? It's called Haiki. H-A-I-K-I. The album is called Noroshi. Very good one. Kinokote Koku? Is it the one that goes like, is it whatever the fucking song is? It's it has a fucking female singer, and then they actually fucking retired because one of their bandmates died, if I'm not mistaken. Not died, sorry, not died. They just don't do music anymore or some shit like that. I just don't remember what it is anymore. I know that one, like, they don't do music anymore, yeah. The only song that I know from them is fucking I don't remember. It's like, what is the song name? I need to find it again. What is the song name? I have it on my Spotify. This one. This one is the one. Like I listen to that shit. That shit's poggers. I have it saved on my Spotify. So that's the band that I know what you're talking about because I listen to that as well. But I've been listening to a lot of the whatever it is. I've been listening to a lot of Japanese emo math. And oh wait, hold on. What? Hold on. What opened up? Oh, that opened up. Oh, okay. I think one of the bands that I've been listening to lately is called Algernon or Algernon. No, sorry, Argonon. Sorry, Argonon Friends. There we go. Argonon Friends. But they only do like they are also the same thing as fucking Kinokote Koku or whatever it is called. They're like the same, which like they don't fucking do music anymore. Because they were once like people who actually did Pens Plus or some shit like that. So yeah. Kiniko Empire. Oh, okay. That's what it's called. Hello? Whoa! The fuck? See, now it's in my head right now. This fucking song's in my head right now. Because I really like the fucking song. He's bad. Okay, let's go up here. So yeah, I do like those kind of bands. But it's been a while since I've also like how you say like listened to music. I mostly haven't been listening to a lot of music lately. Please don't crash. No, 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 no. No, is this game gonna crash? Fuck! Fuck! Don't crash! Oh my god, the game, dude. Oh my god. Okay. Ah. Okay. Well. Well. Cool. This is why you save a lot with 30 FPS games. Well, I can't save because, you know, it is what it is. Hold on. Really? Oh my god, I can't even quit this game out. Yeah, I can't quit this game out right now. Question. What is the keybind to actually move? Wait, hold on. Yeah, what is the keybind? No, not alternate F4. It's frozen at the moment. What is the keybind to, move a Windows or move something from like one screen to the other? Because I can't do that right now. I want to move my task manager from like my actual screen to like, yeah, I don't know if there's a way to do that, but I can't even like quit this game at all. No, it's not. I'm not stalling. I can't even fucking do anything at all. Yeah, I really just can't do anything at all. How you doing, Erna? Yeah, this game is not letting me fucking quit out as well. So I don't know how to quit out right now. I don't know how to I just came in already stalling. Shut up. I'm not stalling, I swear. Crap. I don't know what to do. Because it's not even closing at all. I can't even close this. Yeah, I can't even close it at all. What? Hold on. What? Oh no. Something gone terribly wrong right now and I can't. Yeah, I can't do anything at the moment. Like this is my screen at the moment. It's like this, right? And I try to change it to like other stuff. I can't change it to other stuff right now. Yeah, how do I move this from like this screen to the other? If someone knows, are you kidding me? I can't move. Oh shit. Oh wait. Can I see it from this place? No, I can't. Look at this fucking weird ass fucking task manager now. It's because I moved the size. What? Oh, there we go. I found it. I did it. I did it. I finally did it. Okay, hold on. End task. No, I just moved it. That's it. I just moved it. I just moved the thing. There you go. Holy fuck. Okay. I just moved the thing. Yeah, I just have to move it blindly. That's all I'm gonna. That's all I did is I had to move it blindly. Well. Okay. Cool. I don't even know how the fuck it just fucking crashed all of a sudden, or I don't know. I told you I'm not stalling, okay? I'm not stalling. I didn't even do anything. It just it was what it was. Okay, where am I right now? Oh, I had to do this thing all over again. Cool. This version of Alice can step on me, I think, and I'll thank her. Damn, you want a 19-year-old girl to step on you. Bottom split in chat. I mean, of course, yeah. No, she is 19 in this game. I'm just saying that she's 19 in this game. Really? Okay. That's because you need a guy who's like over your age. A guy over your age would be better than a guy under your age.
She's aimless, shiftless, pointless.
Wait a minute. Oh. Like, if you're a guy, you can totally date someone who's like older or younger, but like I feel like if you're an older woman, you probably would want to date someone who's older, or if you want to, younger. But also, like, if you're a younger chick, I think an older guy would actually be better than a younger guy, because a younger guy would be more immature than an older guy. Wait, hold on. Oh, this is fucking this thing. Like my ex-girlfriend dated a My ex-girlfriend, when she was 20 at the time, she dated a 16-year-old, and that didn't go well. I don't want to talk about that, but it didn't go well. Like after I broke up with her, she went with like a 16-year-old. Thank God.
Save us, Alice! Don't leave us alone, Alice! Don't abandon us, Alice! Stay with us!
Replaced by a 16-year-old. Well, to be fair though, I just didn't like what she was doing. That's all. You also did a 25-year-old. What the fuck? Okay, that was like super fucking like, what the fuck, man? That's no. No. That's actually a really no kind of thing. No. You hug out with 16-year-old and you're 11. What? Yeah, that's actually a really no thing. Please, no. I beg you. That's rape. Should just mean breakfast. Pancakes and eggs. And bacon. That is a really good breakfast. I recommend breakfast like that. She was tall and beautiful. She's tall and beautiful. Copium.
Founder followed me into the section. I had to call the attendant.
Dangerous levels today, very dangerous. I don't even know how. How could he be the victim? I don't know. Perfectly sized boot. That's more of like you're being horny. I mean, if you're an 11-year-old, you're probably being so fucking horny that you wanted to do that, and like no, the hormones, man. What is this? Oh god. Oh no. Maybe you were a victim. I don't even know, honestly. I don't want to care, so no. But yeah, like at the time when I was dating my ex-girlfriend, I just kind of broke up with her because I didn't really like what she was doing. She kind of sent me a photo of her arm being like you know, like all those like hold on. Give me a quick thing right here because I'm doing a platformer. So you know all these you know the whole like fucking what you call them? I don't remember what you call them. Oh fuck, are you kidding me? To do this thing all over again, really? Oh wait, hold on. I can actually do this then. Hold on. No, yeah, it's the whole cutting yourself thing. So she actually photoshopped her arm, cutting herself and shit like that with like blood and shit, and I fucking cried, like a fucking pussy. And then like she said like no I photoshopped my arm and I still fucking cried because I thought I was like I was not doing my job just to take care of her and shit. Are you fucking serious? Fuck, bro. Fuck. Okay, put it right there. That was like a mental abuse to me, so I was like, nope. No way, man. Nuh-uh, so I broke up with her. We broke up like 3 times during the process. I was 18, she was 20. And then after I broke up with her, she went with a 16-year-old, and then yeah, it didn't go well for like a month or so, and then she found another boyfriend. And then like she found like so many fucking boyfriends, and that was not like the last time I actually got a relationship. That was like 4 or 5 years ago. So there's that. There's that. I'm actually super fucking copium. I also had a ton of guys threatening me with suicide if I left. What? Damn, what the fuck? You're gonna be fucking traumatized like a lot. Holy shit. Yeah, you get traumatized like a lot. What the fuck? That's actually really fucking like bad. Holy fuck. But yeah, I feel like that shit is like, it's like batshit crazy, I guess, because you know the relationships are like that. What am I looking at? Yeah, at least you're in a healthy relationship right now. What the fuck am I doing? No, you fuck! You fuck! I'm gaming. I'm gaming. So, I don't have a relationship, but if any kind of furry girlfriend wants to date a horse guy like me, call me, Smile. Same copium. Pretty much the same copium. You don't work at Best Buy? That's still a good thing though. For me, I'm streaming, and it's like my full-time thing, so that's what I'm doing at the moment. But you know, I wish I could have a better income, or like a better way for me to actually do better in income. Get this thing real quick. Whoa, dude! Whatever. Okay, Big Daddy. Big Daddy! Big Daddy. Oh, fuck. I don't even have a job. I get my money from the government. Oh shit, I didn't realize. Oh wow, I killed it already. Okay. No, you fucking it! No, you stop! Stop doing that! I just wanted to grab shit. Like always, I just wanted to grab shit. No, I don't grab the fucking shit that I need. Oh shit. That feature sucks so much, I guess. Vroom vroom.
A reflection sometimes exposes.
Shut the fuck up, Cheshire Cat.
Object it echoes.
Oh shit, the maze again. Fucking secrets that you don't. What? What the flying fuck? Huh? Oh, wait. Wait, what? Oh, you move. Oh, shit. What? Are you fucking kidding me? Hold on. Oh, fuck. I'm dying. Hey, Ludwig. Hey, Obreff. What? Oh, shit. Motherfucker! Oh, fuck me. Shut the fuck up. Hold on. What if I do this? Oh! Really? Okay, no, it doesn't work like that. Actually makes for a surprising good speed game as well. Tell me about it. Oh man, are you kidding me? Are you fucking okay? They don't. Okay, how's my OnlyFans coming along? So I can't. So here's the thing. I can't put content on it because they told me that, oh, you're making meme content. We don't want you here. I tried to register for as a creator and they don't like what I'm doing, so I'm probably gonna do a fan house instead. No caca, no caca. So OnlyFans is mostly about fucking adult content. I wanted to do some meme content, man. I wanted to put like some fucking like stupid ass meme pics, you know? But then they don't like me doing that. And I had to register for a fucking... So I had to register for becoming a creator, and I had to use my fucking ID. And I don't want to do that. Thank God. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, hold on. But yeah, they wanted my ID, and I was like, oh fuck. If they want my ID, then sure. And then I wanted to put meme content, and they just said no meme content. They said like the whatever it is, the profile picture doesn't reflect on what you're doing as a creator, so we don't want you. So I was like, okay, yep, that says it. And I was like, oh, no, I'm not gonna do it. Are you doing me ego, my ego? Mego, my ego? What the fuck is mego, my ego means? It sounds like fucking your ego is being mego. Ravinsky's a hoe. Yo, Ravinsky, if you're here right now, you're a fucking hoe. You hear that? Hear that little bitch? You're a fucking hoe. Oh shit, this is the... I'm excited for the new Silent Hill. What the... what am I looking at? Wait, do you not know that it's not only PS5 only? What are you talking about? It's PS5 and PC. What are you talking about? Yeah, you can wish list it on PC at the moment. Oh. Yeah. Check it out on fucking PC right now. Fuck me, bro! No, please don't fuck me. Do that. You down here. Oh shit. Ah! Wait! Fuck you, you fucking floating ass baby! Die! Why can't you die? Well, like never. Shut the fuck up! Dude, they call it red pyramid thing. Shut the fuck up. It's not Pyramid Head, okay? I'm an expert in Silent Hill. Alright? It's not Pyramid Head. It's called red pyramid thing. Alright, get your facts right. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why can't I get up? Huh? Ugh, fuck. Hold on. Maybe I'm supposed to put it down here then. Hold on. Oh! Oh! Okay, I guess so. They just need to accept that it's Pyramid Head. Dude! Dude, someone call you a fucking hoe! Ravinsky, someone call you a fucking hoe. What are you gonna do about that? Guys, it's called Red Pyramid thing. Are you living under a rock? It's called Red Pyramid thing. That's what the Japanese call it, man. What is a pyramid? I know where they live. Oh shit, dude. Oh fuck, dude. Whoever you are, Ego. This guy know where you live, man. Dude, you're gonna get fucked, bro. Bro. Unfollow. Fuck. Don't unfollow me. Dude, it's guys, this is flex, bro. You know where I live? Shut the fuck up. Wait, how the fuck? Oh. Dox him? No, don't dox me. I was about to say, when was I a simp? I'm like, what? Restore jewels is who? Copium, yeah, true, man. I restore hooves, copium. What? Bro. What the fuck? Okay. What? Okay. Stop trying. Shut the fuck up. There you go. See, whoa, easy. You know, easy. Very. Fuck me. There's a platform. Whatever. Start clapping, dude. Hell yeah, brother. Bro, I didn't realize there's a fucking platform right here. No, don't leave me, you fucking platform. No, don't leave me, you practicing the speedrun tactics I see. No! I'm not doing that. One bit, for 1 bit, I'm not doing that. That's up to, Zephyr, sorry. No shirtless runs, okay? No shirtless runs.
Some don't recognize it when they
What?
do. Some don't ever want to.
What the fuck? Okay, whatever. Every time you die, take off your shirt. What? No. Oh, what the flying fuck is this? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Hey Voxel. Oh putain! Oh putain! Oh putain! You know, really enough, I actually fucking like the only reason why I knew about Oh putain is because of porn. Thanks porn. What? I watched a French porn star and she goes oh putain, and then yeah. The rest was hot, but like, you know, I like porn. What? Huh? Oh. Sounds like an open. Yeah, he doesn't get the mechanics. Shut the fuck up. You don't get the mechanics, you fucking dumbass. I'm toxic, man. Copium. Oh, duh. You think I not know about that? Why haven't you solved it? Because I'm fucking trying, you dumb fuck! Never make it to World Chess Finals. I never played chess. I'll have you know that I never played chess before. Fuck! Yeah, I need the anal beats, that's for sure. God, give me the anal beats, man. I can probably cheat. I can probably cheat in chess if I get the anal beats. Oh shit, there we go. Fuck you guys. Is this just what, chess? Yeah, is this chess? $400 million? Bro. Bro, that's a lot of money, bro.
Liz
Dude.
hated locked rooms. Her room was further from the fire than mine. Smoke could not have killed her. She never locked her door. And besides, she knew another way out of the house. Out of the window.
Oh putain! Oh putain!
Lizzie. Then locked her door, then took the lamp downstairs and started the fire to cover up their crime. Their plan was to kill us all.
Their plan was to kill us all. There's a female key. Wait, is it a male key or a female key? No, that is the female key. That is a female. Oh shit, that's the male key. Why would we need a male key? God, I drink water. I fuck. Oh God, I'm choking over water. Help! God, I choked over water, man. Fuck. I'm a water choker. Hey Shay, go to sleep. Wait, no, don't go to sleep. It's weekends. What the fuck? It's easy to remember because dicks are pointy. Oh yeah.
Confront what frightens or offends you. Reckless or insulting talk should never go unchallenged.
What the fuck is this? Wait, what? Wait, what is this thing? Oh. Wait, what the fuck is up there then? What? Bro, hold on. Wait, how do I get back up there? Can I even get back up there? How you doing, Shay? Hope you're doing well. Oh man, I death warped. Fuck! No, I death warped. Fuck my life, bro. Well. Oh, fuck! Having dinner with in-laws. Hope you meant. Ah! Sorry. Oh shit. Get out of the way, bro. No, I don't. What the fuck are you doing? That's right, die. Oh shit. Ooh! Damn, bro. Stop! No! I need you. Nice mode. Excuse me. Sorry, whenever I mode, it's good to tight. That's what it will be. Good to tight. What? Wow, it actually hit me, you little bitch. Bitch baby. Yeah, that's right, bitch baby. Please die. Dude, it went all crumbly like a fucking dry ass vagina. Nice. Hell yeah. Hell yeah!
Food looms large in your dreams, Alice, but cake occupies a special place. Never rejected dessert, I suspect. Not tea if cake is on offer.
Yeah, I heard. Someone was telling me that they're gonna make like a new fucking Alice game, and I was like, yo, what? What's that? What's that gonna do with it? And it's like, yo, it's an Alice game. TV series is in the works though. Well, there's so many things that's in the works, man. It's fucking copium right now. Honestly, it's fucking copium, man. What the flying fuck? Hold on. Is it just for this? Are you kidding me? It was all for that? Really? Bro? God damn it, bro. EA being pee pee poo poo. Yes, of course. Oh, TV show's already confirmed. Interesting. Okay. Oh shit, mais. Gotta go on mais. Oh my god, what is with the controls on here? The controls on there is just really fucking shit, honestly. Don't know how you feel about that. I don't know how to feel about that, sorry. Touch a game. Oh, bam, ruined. Sorry. That's why I eat my pussy juice. That's why I tell my enemies, man. I fill that teacup up with that pussy juice and tell them eat my pussy juice. Nope. Damn. I tried. Eat my Cheshire Cat pussy juice. What the flying fuck is happening? Hold on. Hello, guys. Another cup, milady. One cup of your finest pussy juice, please. It's like, yeah, we'll give it to you, sure. Yo, your mode's gonna be a ring. What the fuck? No, no ringtones. Holy fuck, he's back! Oh! Sorry, my grandma came in and asked me if I had food. I was like, kinda. Okay, where's my... While giant... Oh shit, look at her face, like smile. Yes, I smile. Expose her heart. Breakdown, okay. Rawr! Rawr! I am Godzilla. Godzilla Alice. This is my place now. I ate the cake and I shall be big. Who are you to fuck everything up for me? I am gigantic. Get out of the way. Oh shit, I'm facing the wrong way now. Apparently. Wait, can I stomp them? What do you mean unfollow? Hold on. Oh, there we go. That's what I had to do. I just didn't realize I was supposed to do that. Whoops. There we go. Now they did. Okay, we got the slice and the dice. Oh damn, the chess piece. Fuck the chess pieces. I don't play chess. If I wanna play chess, I shall put an anal bead in my fucking ass. Who plays chess legitimately when you can put an anal bead inside your asshole and cheat? Oh shit. Oh fuck, wow. What the flying fuck is this? Rip tentacle. No more tentacle porn! Only the British shall do other means of porn other than tentacle. What do you Japanese people up to with your tentacle porn? Oh wait, I can actually upgrade my weapon right now. Hold on. Oh wait, I can't. Haha. There's too many fetishes. Ah yes, big fetish now. We got the big ass fetish. Bit fetish, golf fetish, foot fetish, and tentacle fetish. And tentacle fetish. If she starts, I am gonna be into war because of the furries. I like how they wait for me as well. Like they're just waiting for me.
Let us be.
What the flying fuck? Okay. Stop! Stop! What the f— Get out of the way, bro. Get out, you fucking small people. Is this how a big mommy Miyokurs look like? Ow, what the flying fuck? Oh, I'm getting fucked by cannonballs. No, damn. Yes, yes. Yeah, you look down at me, fucking syrup. Because I'm fucking shorter than you. You may not like it, but this is what peak mommy girlfriend performance looks like. Yeah, peak mommy girlfriend performance.
Unwelcome visitor, return from whence you came.
Oh shit. Whoops.
Cease and desist.
Scandinavian height, true. All them Scandinavian people, man. Ew, she's drinking fucking dirty water. Why the fuck is she drinking fucking dirty water to shrink herself? That's disgusting. No, that's disgusting. You gotta drink dirty water just to shrink.
You were once two bits of the same psyche.
Oh shit, upskirt, upskirt, upskirt.
Go away. There's no reason to proceed.
She ripped the heart just like my ex. Jesus Christ.
This hand was slimy, Alice. Like an eel from the ice.
When's the Rule 34?
His name won't tell. Bumby. If he ever qualifies, his bedside manner will require improvement.
Oh shit. Only for the hatter? Where the fuck am I going to? Yo, we're gonna go back in that seashell vagina hole, whatever it's called. Oi! It's this thing again, really? My pink mommy girlfriend energy. Imagine having Rule 34 of like fucking Big Alice, you know? You're posting cringe again? No, I'm not. I'm just saying, imagine having Big Alice in your Rule 34. There's a Vor coming. Vor incoming. Look at that shit. No. Small little ends. Small little ends. Just like, yeah, ends. I'm just gonna crush you now. There you go. Hey, plug that fucking whatever weird shit that is out. Look at all these ants trying to come, dude. Oh, they're cute. They're just like or whatever, or whatever it is. They're just vibrating right there. Come, let me vibrate with you. Vibe check. Vibe check. Look, there's only one guy left. It's like, yeah, one guy. I will kill you. Wait, what the fuck? Oh yeah, it's a fucking cannonball. I totally forgot about the cannonball. No, do not, don't you dare, cannonball. Fuck.
Excellent.
Success! Time for me to go back. Americans McGussie Orissa. Wait. Ew, that looks like an actual fucking pussy. Or no, fuck me. Actual asshole. That's what I meant to say. What? Oh. Hey, Peripheral. What kind of hole are we looking at? The alien ones. Totally copium. The ancient McGussie bride. McGussie. Oh god, hello. Fuck this week, but I'll be alright. Oh man. Yeah, hope your week will be better when the weekend comes. I mean, the weekend is about to come soon, so yeah. I'll try this real quick. Ooh. It's super upgraded. Wait, oh shit. Oh, it's an upskirt! I didn't mean for that upskirt, whoops. I was trying to find where the fucking the thing's at. I didn't mean for the like a really hard ass upskirt like that. What? I didn't mean for that kind of upskirt. What? Oh, down. He got the void Aussie. Oh no, the void Aussie. Wait. Oh shit, hello. Hello, my queen.
I was expecting someone else.
You don't know your own mind.
It's nearly a complete stranger.
What you claim not to know is merely what you've denied. You've recaptured your vagrant memories. What are you doing with them? You once rejected my attempts to control our lives forcefully. Now you've allowed another to succeed in
Who's
my
that?
role.
Queen.
I won't miss your tentacles.
You'd prefer the hot, stinking breath and unyielding attention of a potent, unreasoning, unfeeling hellraiser? I don't think so.
Can you give me more than a warning? Caterpillar said you might help.
I'd need a better reason to respond than what's currently on offer.
If you don't, we're all doomed.
Not doomed, forgotten. I may survive here, but you're finished. You see the pattern of destruction? I know you do. The train is trying to destroy all evidence of your past, and especially the fire. Now, who would want that? Who benefits from your madness?
The destruction of Wonderland is the destruction of me.
Indeed, and vice versa.
I've set it in motion. I can derail it. This is good for me. I'm not insane. I didn't kill my family. I am fine. I'm not mad. I'm innocent. I mean, not guilty.
What
What's happening? What are you doing?
the fuck are you doing?
But there's more to do. Your view conceals a tragedy. The whole
Hentai time? Yo, the whatever it is.
When look at what's around you. There is no method in this madness.
My professional opinion, madness is often a treatable disease, though perhaps not in this case.
Authority must be obeyed, or it must be overthrown. Cruel to be kind.
Vor it happened. Vor happened, man.
Worst is over, and over.
I don't know, I'm looking at my phone at the moment.
Forget it, Alice. Forget it.
Can't distinguish reality from illusion. Remember your last journey? An elephant never forgets.
Is that a bald fucking gull?
When traveling by train, I've
Holy shit, it is a bald gull! Wait, is this chapter 5? It is chapter 5, holy shit.
I may be wrong, Your Grace, but I doubt it. Down this path of primordial
Excuse me.
ooze and sideways ways.
Indeed, Doctor. Well demanded, I'm sure. I mean to say, it's very hot in here. I mean to say, fuzzy. And she's no helping. Oh no, no help at all.
Humiliation, I say. I approve your release, and back you come like a bad penny. Reputation in ruins. People talk, Alice. I'm an old dog, ready to bone. Don't you know? Loyalty. You must never run away from home. Stay, Alice. Sit.
What the fuck? Hold on, let me find out something. Damn, what the fuck? Poor Alice. Yeah, Alice went into the asylum. Wait, what? I like how the straight jacket is still a dress. It is still a dress, yeah. No. That guy's like me right now, like fucking shrimp ass, fucking bent body. That's how I look at the moment, it's like shrimp ass, bent body. Oh, where do I go? I think I want to go upstairs just in case. How the fuck? Wait, no, wait. Wait. How the fuck do you bring a stretcher all the way from a staircase? Yeah. So he brought a stretcher from a staircase. What the flying fuck? Is that not a... Is that ideal? You just bring the fucking stretcher to the stairs. It's bumpy, right? Fuck me.
If it isn't what's her name from the idiot's ward.
Yeah, it's Alice. Uncle.
No, that's me. That's me right now. Just turning the fucking crank. Me being fucking shrimp.
Gives the troubles more space. Just the thing for your stone of madness. Good for seizures too, maybe. You must be as sick of those as I am hearing you whinge about them.
Shit, bro. They gave me a fucking hole for another, like, hit ussy, man. They tried to hit ussify my head.
some mental conditions are relieved by bloodletting.
Oh shit,
Doctor
leech.
thinks it won't be effective against your symptoms, but I am at the end of my tether, and these leeches need the work.
A baker's dozen, nurse. Let me put them on her.
No, me. I can make them hurt.
Yo, any leeches? Any leeches? Guys be
I
leeching?
know.
Which way's up and which
What
way's
the
down?
fuck?
I was gonna say,
No prayers.
don't interrupt. If I can't...
Go to the lavatory.
Maddening.
Yes, you are.
Wait!
What am
I just realized something.
You
Are they D and dumb? Are they trying to be D and dumb?
Your worship. Just a coxcomb. A catacomb.
Ooh, I see.
Come now, Alice. Am I not to be as much honored and obeyed as the Queen? Is that asking too much? I want what she wanted. Give yourself over to that. Trade the tentacles for the train. It's altogether a better ride. It's that or back to Rutledge.
Never a kind word or reward for services rendered. Don't I deserve a bit of luck? Dog Peso was right knowing to me, I say. Brought you out of the asylum. Now you go back on your own accord.
I told your mother, dear. You're a distant and stubborn child, too content in her own world. Young women need to leave their wonderlands. The real world is not so wonderful. You'll need to grow up. Perhaps some more time in care.
You look decent enough, but appearances deceive. I know you for an unstable and violent person. I can't say I'm surprised you've been incarcerated in the asylum again. A long stay under supervision would serve you right.
Hello. I like your mouthpiece. Hello. You also have a mouthpiece. Cool. Everyone's mouthpiece is cool. Oh shit, we're alive again. Where do I go after here? There. Ooh, Silent Hill time? Yeah, it looks like it. I like it.
Help, Alice! We need your help! Don't desist!
Holy shit, you look like fucking Chucky!
Don't ignore us!
Why do you suffer? The Queen's tyranny is just a memory. She has no power over you, does she?
Our enemies come and go, but now a new evil reigns, and this fiend's malevolence has eclipsed the conquered queens.
Motherfucker looks like fucking Chucky. Oh, dead. Oh no, fire. Ditch. Ditch. Fire. Whoa! What the fuck is this dress? Hey, Jason. Hope you're doing well. You like this place? This place looks alright, I guess. Oh shit. Oh shit. Dude, the music bussin' at the moment. Nice music that actually is bussin'. Tired of this all broken sleep schedule. Oof. That's alright. You have a stream to lurk, that's all. At least you have some kind of stream to lurk to. And sometimes I do that when I sleep as well, so it sometimes helps. Oh. I don't even know where the fuck I am at the moment. I'm just like all around this place right now. Never finished it. Sat in my backlog since. Yeah, I feel like this game is really fucking long. That's why I could kind of tell like why people have been putting this game on their backlogs as well. I heard like a few people saying that, oh, they played it but never finished it. I can tell why. It's super fucking long. It looks super fucking long already. You only played the start? Oof. I played through like chapters 1 and 3 yesterday and it was like super fucking long for me. $21 hours on a first playthrough. That 21 hours on a first playthrough? Holy shit. Hey, RS25. I came back to Steam, to be honest. I mean, Steam has some kind of cool games, I guess, but you know, it's not like Epic where they have like all the free shit. You know. Oof.
Seek and ye shall find, they say. But they don't say.
I think this game is still alright. This game is still as cool as it is. The problem with this game is that there's only one part in the game, like chapter 3 is the one that I just don't like it a lot. That's all. Ooh, this place is like really fucking trippy. Sure saying. This was removed from Steam years ago, then came back. Oh, really? Ooh. I didn't realize though, because I thought this game was always on Steam. Hey Rataplan. Don't like this part, but how you doing, Rataplan? Hope you're doing well. EA wanted it on Origin. Oh, I see. I don't know when did I wait. Okay, let me actually like stop right here real quick when you guys are seeing this fucking weird ass fucking Who commented on my profile? Oh, what a weep. Never mind. When did I even buy this game? Let me check when did I buy this game because I can find me. I know it's you. I could totally tell it was you. Yeah, let me see when did I even buy. Me on the left. You on the left? Just act dumb, that's all. Okay, when did I buy this game? I bought this game back in... If I could actually find it. Okay. Alice Madness Returns. I bought this. Oh shit! I bought this like middle of this year. Ooh, that's why. Yeah, I bought this game middle of this year. I see. I see. I see. I remembered buying this game because I was like, oh shit, what the fuck? Because I was really interested in the game. I had it since it came out. No! No, 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 no! Wait, 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 wait! Wait, 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 wait! No, 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 no! Fuck! No, we're not gonna strip. Hello? Wait, is she all? Okay, wait, hold on. Stream reported nudity. True. She has no genitals. She has an ass. It's a baby ass. It's a baby's ass. No. How you doing, Si Yao? Hope you're doing well. It's nudity, man. I'm gonna get reported. Help. Oh. It's a doll? Yeah, I know it's a doll, but damn. Dude, we're gonna go into this. Dude. Literal dick hole right here. I mean, the song is alright. I don't mind it. I like it. But this game wilding, not gonna lie. This game wilding. This game got them naked baby dolls out. Hello.
I've heard self-reliance is a virtue. Now,
okay. Thank you, Cheshire Cat. Bye-bye, Cheshire Cat. Wait, 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 wait. What? Oh, fuck, wait, baby. There's a baby. What the fuck are you doing? Okay, this level design is actually, like, it's super good. But the only thing that I really just don't like it is just how confusing it is, I guess. I mean, for sure, they have, like, the whole, if you go small, if you shrink yourself, they would tell you, like, what to do and shit like that. But damn. Okay, there we go. A lot of puzzling. That's all I can say. A lot of puzzling. Got lost here the first time. It looks like it. I like it though. Because they also put numbers all around as well. It's like numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever it is. It looks pretty fucking, you know, interesting as it is. There we go. Fuck! Well organized by an insane person's mind. True. Oh shit, it's the baby again. Fuck! Oh shit, hold on. God damn it, we're stripping her again! The only good thing is that I'm not playing this game on fucking, like, hard. Like, if I were to play this game on hard difficulty, I think it's gonna take a very long time until I complete this game, honestly. The only reason why I put it to, like, normal, because, like, one, I'm very bad at platformers. I mean, totally I could have put this game to hard if I want to, but, like, this game... For this game, I just put it to normal. It is what it is. Oh, shit. I'm supposed to do this thing. Yeah. Whoops. I didn't do that. Where is the... MLG boss... MLG bomb toss, yeah. I'm just pretty professional, smile. Unlike professional, like first pro horror gamer, Selena, from the Silent Hill transmission video. What? I hear a pig, but I don't know where the pig's at. Pro horror game? No, horror. Pro horror gamer. Really? Okay. Where do I go? Can I just go this way? Seems like it. What? Oh. Okay. Well, the platforming in this fucking chapter of the game is super fucking... I want to say confusing. Like, look how confusing it is right now. Like, I don't know where the fuck to go now. What? Huh? Out a small hole? I don't know which small hole are you talking about though. Is there a small hole around here? That one. No. The one at the top of the path? I don't know. I really don't. Oh, maybe it's, wait, no. I think I know where to go now. Yeah, I think it's the one on top here. Maybe. Yeah, it is the one on top here. Yeah, there you go. Oh wait, fuck me, bro. Copium, I'm fucking dumb. Oh my god. Okay. There you go. Hit this thing. Oh shit, I didn't mean to go for that one first. I meant to go for this one first, yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa! What the fuck, dude? My game was like fucking... Wait, what? Did I die? Okay, cool. So that one's dead. That was the last one. Coming out! There you go! I am good. I am a good gamer. Poggers. Poggers am good gamer. What is around here? Ooh. There we go. Is that... do I have to go down now? Oh. Oh? Huh? Wait, what? I'm on an invisible... fucking... I'm on an invisible fucking lich, cool. Oh, that was close. Why are you streaming? You said on Discord you were tired. Yeah, because this game is fucking shit. That's why I said I was kind of tired about, like, streaming. But then I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna, like, push on and stream, you know? It is what it is. How you doing, Artless? Hope you're doing well. Am I getting hit right now? Bro. I'm on mobile data so I can stay. Just here to berate you. Berating me. Copium, dude. Oh, can't stay. That's cool. Just have your own good time, man. Oh, fuck me. Skedaddle. Alright, have a good one. Fucking... Really, do I have to go around and find all these blocks now? Oh man, okay. I have to beat them. Oh shit, really? I wasn't even on the... I thought I was on auto aim. There you go. So it's such an easy fight already. Okay, let me actually upgrade my weapon real quick. I want to upgrade this one. If I could actually upgrade it! Thank you! Alright, one more for me to upgrade, which is 800. Yes. Okay, cool. Let's see about this puzzle real quick. Oh shit, it's 20... Okay. Hold on. Wait. Oh, okay, hold on. So, I guess the top one is the one that... Is that the top, or... Hold on. I need to look at this puzzle. Hold on, give me a sec. Nick breakfast, you got a lurk? Alright, have a good lurk. Okay, I want to see what this one is then. Is this here then? No. Oh, so that one, okay, so yeah, the top one is the one. The top left is the one. Is it the top left? Yeah, it is the top left. Oh, wait. Huh? Oh, it's the okay. Fuck, this guy is hot. Bottom right will be empty. I guess. Bitch baby! What do you have a fucking character that's called bitch baby? Fuck me. What kind of fucking character? What kind of like... Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Bitch. Shut the fuck up, bro. Oh wait, boo! I got into the game because my name is Bitch Baby. Motherfucker, fucking RS25, dude. Speaking directly to the player. we're Bitch Baby now. Oh shit, this one goes like 360. Holy shit. Okay. I'm playing on controller. I'm playing this game on controller. I knew that this game is a platformer, so I was using controller this whole time. Oh shit. Okay. Oh my god. Literally Bitch Baby right now. Okay. But yeah, I'm playing this game on a gamepad, or I'm just playing this game on controller. Feels really nice. Cause also at the same time, this game is like 30 FPS, so it's easier, I guess. I know, I feel it's easier enough for controller.
There's a tool for every task. Even the humble fool has a special job. How would you get gin from a barrel into a bottle?
Okay, I have to go there later. Most platformers will work better on controller. I played mouse and keyboard. Interesting. I don't know, to its own people who wants to play this game in like other means, I guess. What? Oh. It's like, what the fuck is this? Oh shit, is this thing again? Wait, can I even go? Oh yeah, I can't even. I can't go that way because it opens up here.
Here's a tiny brain teaser for a tiny, well, for
Oh,
the
thank
one
God it's
that
a tiny.
uses it never knows that he's using it. What is it? Righto.
Bro. I had it all, I guess. It's a dick. I don't use it, but I use it. Well, vampires. I don't know. Thank God it's a fucking brain teaser and not like some fucking fight that would take me like don't know how long. Just God, I don't want to do any kind of fights right now. How you doing, good chef? Hope you're doing well. Tell Proto to fucking put people stare. What the fuck? Tell him, hey, people stare. Fucking put people stare. You people stare. Proto stare. What do you hate stare? I don't hate stare. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't like stare. Oh, you mean the emote stare? No, people stare is better. What? Wait, where am I supposed to go? Fuck you, man. Yeah, where the fuck do I go? Oh, great. I don't even know where to go now. I think it's like back there. Oh, a new Alice game. Oh fuck, I don't even know where to go. Yeah, this game is super long. I didn't realize this game is like super fucking long. How you doing, sis? Hope you're doing well. So, I was playing the game for like 2 hours on the first day. Yesterday I was playing this game for like 7 hours and like never completed it because on chapter 3 it took me about like 3-4 hours, I think. Like chapter 3 alone took me about like 3-4 hours because of how long this game is like. No. No. Not doing it. I don't think I want to do a speedrun of this game. Okay. Where do I go? I know that this crazy fucking bitch goes like around like that. Do I just have to go above that fucking house there? Oh, I do. Okay, wait, hold on. Like 80%, I think is like 1 hour 40 minutes or 2 hours. I think I don't want to fucking do it. Plus, I don't think this game is like speedrunnable for me, or like I don't think I would really want to speedrun this game. Fuck me, dude. Okay, hold on. Am I all the way on the top? I am not on the top, right? Oh my god. Okay, here I guess. What? How is it not here? Wait, hold on. What? What? Huh? I have no idea where to go. Oh, okay. Jesus Christ, okay. Oh, it's this thing. Okay, cool. Okay, now I know where to go now. Okay. What? Huh? Fuck is this? What? What is Marble Madness race is this, bro? Marble Madness race. Quentin Soldier Goal. What? Dude, it's whatever that game's called. It's a what's that game called? Fucking Little Big Planet. This looks like fucking Little Big Planet now. bro. What the fuck? Based entirely on this minigame? Really? I can see the influences, I guess. What? Oh. Got a spin-off, Sackboy and Big... Yeah, I heard about that. Kinda wait till it comes out, honestly. Now I'm playing my own. With fucking Super Mario 64 time. No friends, man. 100% impossible. No friends, Copium, man. Imagine playing without friends, dude. Wow, what the flying fuck, bro? Fuck off. Oh yeah, there we go. Fuck friends, all my homie hate friends. Sounds like a you problem, man. Wait, hold on.
I was required to identify your family in the Oxford Mall. Your sister was completely recognizable. I can't say the same for your parents.
Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, I didn't die. What a fucking idiot, dude! Oh, no! Oh shit. Dude, I thought I was gonna be the fucking idiot as well. I was like, haha, what a fucking idiot, dude. Oh, that's right. Come in here, come in here. You want a piece of me? That's right, bitches. I've forgotten how it transitioned from doll section to doll with spike section. Really? Really? Okay, I sleep. Fuck. It's early for you. What the fuck do you mean by sleep? Don't sleep now. Alright, have a good night, Shay. I'm tired. What the fuck? What the fuck? How are you that tired already? You just need to train your body to not be tired, Smile. Oh yeah, I know. Shush. Anyways, have a good night's sleep. Can confirm. Hello, global reset music. Become free, true, Copium. What? Can I not? Hello? Huh? There we go. It's like wondering why can't I use my why can't I use my attack for some reason? Oh shit. Ooh, I didn't mean to do that. You die? True. What? I can come out, you little bitch. There you go. Yeah, Nijio is a puzzle game. What are you talking about? But it's like a very scary ass puzzle game. It's good though. It's a really good puzzle game. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's really good. Oh. What? Oh. Oh shit. Okay. Huh. No, you feel more scared and stupid. And that's true facts. You're gonna be scared and stupid. Oh, I think I know what to do. Hey, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Feeding for life. Do I know you somewhere? I feel like I know you somewhere. Hope you're doing well. Fine, I'll feel stupid. No, you feel stupid and you feel scared at the same time. It is what it is. What the fuck was that? What the flying fuck was that? Stupefied and yep. How you doing, Explodiotic? You doing well? Oh fuck, I am now stupid. There we go. Oh, so that rises that thing up. Okay. Yeah, I know what to do now. Oh shit! Ah! I'm on way too early, so I'm gonna be super tired later. True. Copium. Very, very copium. Okay, you know what? I'll do this first because I want to know what this one is. Put this right here. Am I? What? Oh fuck. Okay, hold on. Gonna be excellent. Fighting inside and solving puzzles. True. I'm solving my puzzles at the moment. if it's like a remake, then I would like it a little bit more. But it seems to be like a remaster more than a remake, I guess. If they're following like the same storylines and stuff like that. Let's see what other stuff they're gonna add in anyways. I don't know what other stuff they're gonna add in sooner or later. Oh my fucking god, are you kidding me? There we go. Oh, do I really have to go that way? Oh, I see. Wait, hold on. Let me check about this thing then. So, if I were to bring this thing down, that's just nothing. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's you. This Jumpy is eating your breakfast for what? I guess. True. True Megalol. Oh, are you kidding me? Come out! Come out of that shell, dummy! Cool. Actually throwing copium, man. Actually copium. I'm throwing my game. But yeah, it looks like a fucking remaster, but yeah, like for some reason I think that it's like a remaster, but more of the fuck, huh? Hold on. It looks like a remaster, but more of the graphics just being fucking made better. And also, I know they are adding in a lot of stuff as well, but I don't know what other stuff they're gonna add in other than, you know, having parry knives.
Waiting for a word from Papa.
Yeah, but they're having like the same storyline as well.
Bunch of toadies.
Crafting? Wasn't crafting on the wait. Wait, was crafting not on 4 ever? I thought crafting was on 4. But crafting didn't happen on the 7. Oh. Why did I think that crafting was on fucking 4 this whole time? But yeah, I don't mind. I actually don't mind about, that actually. I'm just gonna hope that, the only thing that I'm gonna hope is that the controls aren't gonna be fucking wonky as, you know, the original one. But I don't think they're gonna be as wonky as the original. I think they're gonna be better than the original anyways. Yeah, that was like crafting, I guess, like with meds. Where am I supposed to go? There, that way. Yeah. But as long as they don't fuck up the controls and shit like that. Also, in before they're gonna come back to fucking RE8 / Silent Hill 4's this fucking in-game timer. Omega lol. Wait, was it also on iOS? What the fuck? Oh, I heard about the mobile version. I just didn't know it was on iOS. I thought it was on like fucking Android or some shit. Ooh, sexy legs. That's Ravenheart right here. Ravenheart, if you're here, that's you right now. Looking hot as fuck. What's the speedrun world record for? Actually, yeah. Question: what is the speedrun world record for mobile at the moment? Oh shit! Wow. Oh shit. Okay. Excuse me. Oh my god, Gesundheit. Holy shit. Bless you. True. But yeah, has anyone ever speedrun the fucking the mobile version? That's because it's their own engine, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like, honestly, I feel like some AAA games could use their own engine. Yeah, they use their own engine. So, it's technically like the same. With, their combat system and whatnot. But, you know, I think if it's better, I think AAA companies should make their own engine. Are you fucking serious? Lysander and DMC5. The combat looks like fucking Homecoming. I just don't know how to feel about that. Holy shit, I finally made it. What the fuck? RE engine is also used for Arc. Street Fighter 6, really? Oh yeah, see, it's a fucking Capcom game. What do I expect? I was like, wait a minute, what? I just realized, oh yeah, it's a Capcom game. Yeah, Capcom is like using their own engine, so that's like, okay, that's like actually one good thing about Capcom. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like that's only like one of the good few things about Capcom is that they have their own engine. And they're making games out of their own engine, which is actually really good. That's what I would really like to see in a AAA company, is that they have their, whoa, I almost died right there. They have their own like engine. Oh, here comes undressing a fucking doll. There we go. Undress the doll. Whoa. Whoa, dude. Hey, Narukami. What the fuck are you doing? How have I not seen this before? Wait, hold on. What? Okay, wait, hold on. Hey, Green Egg. Oh, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. Modern control scheme. Interesting. I once saw it for purchase. Metal and sharp as shit. Interesting. But yeah, honestly, like, I feel like for Silent Hill, they probably could use, like, another engine other than Unreal Engine. I mean, Unreal Engine is, like, fucking modern games is fucking engine, huh? But I honestly do not want to see, like, a game like Silent Hill using a, like, shitty fucking engine, like, whatever it is. I think I'm not gonna go in. I'm just gonna go with my health right now. My health right now is kind of alright, I guess, but you know, could be better. Yeah, I'm talking about Silent Hill 2 Remake, because it's an awesome engine, yes, but it's only graphically awesome. Like, the graphics on that engine is super good. The only thing is that, like,
Promises him good intentions.
whether or not people could actually use the engine properly. It's like, you take fucking Madison. I think Madison actually used Unity engine very fucking well as an indie game, and make the whole, like, made the whole scares of the game and make the whole graphics of the game actually feel like an Unreal Engine more than make like an Unreal Engine game more than a Unity game, because it was published by it was published in Unity. What the fuck is this? I really have to go in there later? I probably do. For me, Unreal Engine 5 is yeah, it's only graphically amazing, but I don't know how to feel about it just yet. Did it open up? Did it open up at the bottom? Hold on. It did open up at the bottom. Hello? Jesus Christ. What? Oh, I was touching the thing. I want optimized games. I want more optimized gameplays. I mean, you have fucking whatever game it was. You have fucking wait. Question, was Scorn actually made in Unreal Engine as well? Oh my god, the controls, dude. Yeah, was Scorn made in Unreal Engine as well? Wait, hold on. Oh, okay, hold on. Like, Scorn? It's one of those games that is like, yeah, it's good. It's graphically good. The gameplay, however, just looks so fucking boring. As it is. Oh shit. Oh, sorry. Gameplay is fucking boring. Graphics is actually really good. Sorry, that's what I meant to say. I don't know if I said graphically boring, but I didn't. I didn't mean to say graphically boring. I said like it's graphically good, but it's just gameplay boring. You said Steam just said no to you for several days ago. Steam just said no to me? What, you mean like the region banned games? There are a few region banned games on my area, which is like Silent Hill Homecoming was banned, or like was region locked. Saw was region locked as well. I think the one that I was talking about was Manhunt. Manhunt is actually region locked here, but if I could get Manhunt on PS2, that'll be fine. I just can't find, yeah, I just can't find the game Manhunt on PC anymore unless I go and you know, commit going on a trip on the sea. Amnesia is great. Like, Amnesia, great game in general. Wait, where am I supposed to go? Am I supposed to go out? Wait, Manhunt is on PS4? Wait, really? Wait, what? Oh, whatever. Is it actually on PS4? If it's on PS4, then I probably would look into it then. Actually, I have a US account solely for that. Oh, really? Hold on. Just Manhunt 1, not Manhunt 2. I don't mind if it's not Manhunt 2, because I do want to try the first Manhunt first. Maybe I should actually look into it sooner or later. Ouch. It's not on PC. Well, to be fair though, I still can't play Manhunt 1 on PC if I could, even if I try to fucking buy it, right? Even if I try to like get it on my PC, I just can't get Manhunt 1 on PC because it's region locked. So the other best thing I could do is to actually like get the game off. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, hold on. Get the game off. Oi! Fuck me! I went way too far. Get the game off. PS4. Hold on. Wait. What? Hold on. So I can go down here. I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick and then I'll find this out myself, but I really want to take a piss. I'm back. Okay. I don't know how Manhunt is like, but if you guys are gonna say that Manhunt is gonna be shit, whoops, I guess. I don't know how Manhunt is gonna be like, honestly. Oh, fuck. Do I really have to go there? Yeah, I do have to go there. It's a Take-Two game. It's a Rockstar game. How you doing, Cabot? Hope you are doing well. I don't know. I've never played the whatever game it is before, so from what I've heard, it's one of those like Rockstar horror-ish games. Let me play Among Us. Let me play Among Us. Hey yo, Pog, I know that song. Okay, cool. Joyous sauce, in other words, saw him vent. Jesus Christ. Oh fuck, don't fucking crash again. Holy fuck, bro. Bro, I was like, don't crash again. If it crashes again, I'm fucking gonna cry, bro. Dude's gonna motherfucking cry if it crashes again. Oh shit. What do I do here? What's... Okay. Rats! Yo, they're cool rats. That's what they are. They're cool rats. Look at them rats. Them cool rats. Okay. Oh fuck! Whoops. I thought I didn't need to dash out for that one. Okay. Boom. Okay. Sure, touching it will kill me. Ooh, close. Ugh. Okay, wait, hold on. Oh. Oh, okay, I know what to do then. Wait, what? Okay, I just died all of a sudden. There we go, cool. Oh shit! Oh. I have to do this again. Okay, cool. I don't have to do this again. I was like, wait a minute, do I have to do this again? Please don't. The copy pasta, yes, we need the copy pasta, that's for sure. I know you guys, whatever it is, I know you guys. Where's fucking Angry Nick for that copy pasta? I just need that copy pasta, man. Ah yes, I know a few million streamers faking. Ah yes, that one.
Saving Wonderland means saving yourself.
I really want to save myself, that's for sure. Whoa. Good butt spot. Butt spot! This thing? Oh, shit. Everything's falling apart, bro. Uh-oh. What the fuck? She got knives! What are you holding? A knife! No! Okay, hold on. Let me just do this real quick. Holy shit, wait. Oh shit. Oh! Wait, hold on. Oh fuck, ouch. That one's dead. You're gonna die. You are gonna be put in the sauce. Put it in the sauce. Did you fucking vomit on me? Fucking what, bro? This thing literally vomited on me. Yo, wham. Motherfucker, wham, all the way to fucking hell. Where's his baby at? Baby. Put it in the sauce, yes. Give me that heart, baby. Yeah, yeah. Holy shit! What the fuck are you doing, bro? Oh. What? Wait, what are you doing? There we go. Oh shit. There we go. What is this nice looking elevator? Holy shit. Actually a nice looking elevator. Wow. Did it just bring me all the way up? It did. I'm at chapter 5. Shut up. But then again, like, the chapters are really fucking long, like, not gonna lie. They are really fucking long.
Annihilate what threatens to destroy you.
But that's because I keep, like, going elsewhere, like, right now. Okay, hold on. 800, okay. The baby is creepy. I mean, yeah. They are creepy. And that's pretty cool in my books. I actually like creepy stuff. The only, like, the only bad thing about this game, I think, is just the third chapter. I think the third chapter is just fucking shit. In general. What is that? Wait, hold on. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me actually look at this real quick. Oh, it's the vagina thing. Oh, fuck me. Wait, that means I'm nearing the end of chapter 5 then. I should be nearing the end of chapter 5 soon. Can I go? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh shit, it's this fucking... Oh, are you kidding me? Is this one? Oh. Let me sing forevermore. Oh shit. Ah! Forgot about this thing. Oh my god, I'm gonna get fucking bored, bro. Your style ranking just dropped to D. D for dick. Because I'm sucking dick right now. shit, bro. What the fuck? Okay. Cool. Slub motherfucker, true. Slub motherfucker. Okay. Let's get this last upgrade. Should be all upgraded with like level 4 items. Cool. Are you kidding me? So I had to go back again? Oh, no, I don't have to go back again. I thought I had to go back again. Wait, what? How do you even go there? Oh. I don't think I need the teeth anymore. Maybe? No. Don't need the teeth anymore. I just spent all my fucking stuff on the teeth. So I can technically still collect the teeth, but like I don't need them anymore. You get the fuck away from me. Is it down below? Wait, hold on. Oh, it is. Kinda? Maybe? Oh man, it's just a memory.
Infirmity are obvious compared to those of a deceased mind. And the cures? How and when a broken leg heals is clear. Can one heal a broken mind? How does one know it?
What? Hold on. Okay. What am I supposed to do? What? Do I really have to fight these things? Wait, hold on. Oh shit. Oh, I have to go there. Okay. I see where to go now. Damn, we're gonna go into someone's butthole. Is that a butthole? I don't know if it looks like a butthole. In all fairness, it just looks like a fucking butthole. I need to not care about coins anymore. I do not need coins. Buff at the moment. What the f- okay, hold on. Now I have to go up. Holy shit, hold on. How do I get this side? Oh shit, whatever. That was cool. Cool set of bosses, I guess. What is this? Oh no, it's a rhythm game. It's the fucking rhythm game. Fine. Let's go. Oh yeah, this thing's in 30 FPS as well, so yeah. Cool. Oh, another one? Ooh. Lines look like less than 30. It is less than 30 for some fucking reason. I don't know why. But because this game is like in 30 FPS, I mean, you can see how the menu is like in 30 FPS as well. You can tell. Look. I don't know how. Don't know why, but it is like that. What's in here?
Remaking children. Build them up, tear them down, refashion them. Teach them the new, forget the old.
Move. Alright. Please let this be like the ish end of this level. I mean this chapter, I guess. Oh my god, I have to do this thing all over again, really? Oh, don't tell me I have to. Don't tell me there's like 3 of these. Is there really 3 of these? And now I'm just playing the second one right now. Oh my god, dude. Oh shit. Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, Marble Madness, man. This is literally Marble Madness right now. Rolling. Are you kidding me? Really? How does that not work? Hey, Eagle Fang. Hope you're doing well. Fuck! Okay. I'm just gonna do this then. Like that. Oh shit, okay. I just need to not hit the edge of that thing. Okay, cool. Jesus Christ. What's this? What? Bruh. I really have to do this again? It is too long. Do you want to know why? Do you really want to know why? They keep repeating the same fucking thing again and again and again! This is the second time I'm here! I mean, this is the second time I'm playing like a mini game that looks like this. But when I played the Oriental mini, like the Oriental chapter, like legit, I fucking like I was like, why the fuck do I have to repeat this fucking thing again and again and again? I don't want to do it. Like, I thought I had to do another fucking one more time because like I kind of expected to see another one more. No, it's not just this, you know. It's not just this. Like, the Oriental level was like super fucking long and it took me a long time because just because oh fuck me. Not just this. So this game is taking a bit long because of fucking chapter 3. And chapter 3 was super fucking long as it is. But did I rush? True, copium. I just want to be done with this game already. Like, I like the game. The game is good. It's just way too long and I don't know why. Oh fuck. Last of Us has like different like levels, to say the least. Like they have different chapters at least, you know, unlike this game. This game keeps repeating itself again and again and again, and it's so fucking boring. It's so fucking boring. Like, why would I want to repeat again and again and again? I don't want to repeat the fucking... Oh my god, again. Really? I don't want to repeat the same fucking, like... whatever it is. Oh god. Okay. Am I gonna be stuck here? There we go. The same fucking mini game again and again and again, and yeah, the same fucking mini game. Yeah, that's what I meant. It's always the same fucking bitch ass mini game, and I don't want to do it. Where am I? Hey Sophie. Hope you're doing well. Oh. What? Okay. What the fuck is this angle? Holy shit, I can't even see shit. Fuck is this? How are you? I'm doing alright. I'm doing good. You need someone to be your big smoke for when you... Can you be my big smoke? You fit the bill, smile. like, I get it with all these like weird ass like fucking mini games and such, but like, holy shit, I don't want to fucking play this fucking thing again, you know. I'll get banned on Twitch so fast. True. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Sophie. I was kind of finding out who the fuck are you, because I was like, wait a minute, I remembered you a while back, and then I realized that you are another person at the time. Yeah. You are doing well, Sophie. Oh, fuck! Wait! Fuck. Dude. No, not this one. These two. Switch over to her. Are you just stuck? Whatever. One of them is stuck. The other one, I just don't know what the fuck is happening. Oh shit. That's a bare ass. Shit. Oh! Wait, what? Oh god, wait, hold on, Oh, I killed like 2 or 3 of them. They don't need my care and concern. Fuck! Sorry. They don't need my care and concern, man. Okay, cool. Fly them to the moon. True. Ooh. Very good, very good, very good. What's all of this? That's today's mood. It's about a little mouse gerbil inside his teacup spinning. Please let this be the last part. Can I just go in the door? Thanks. This is way too long. That's.
I had a role in my family's demise, but I did not start the fire. Centaurs don't live in Oxford, but a certain doctor did. I saw him, a preening undergraduate. Now I remember him. That key belongs to Lizzie's room.
Oh my god. I'm just pissed off like 85% of the British. Rip. So this is still chapter 5. Still can't believe this, man. I like my tea cold before sipping. Yeah. You should not scald yourself. I just want this game to be over. It's already taking way too long. Hold on. Let me actually get something to put my like body on, or like my back on, because my back has been like super fucking copium. I like the game, but it's just too fucking long. It's too fucking long at this point. I'm so tired of it. Like, God, the chapters are way too long of its own. Maybe if they put it in like separate chapters, like maybe this is like chapter, I don't know, 15 or 16, then yeah, I could understand. Like, you know, a fucking Plague Tales, where they have like 17 chapters, and I was like, holy shit, that's a lot of chapters, but then I don't mind about it. This is like way too long for its kind of game. How are you doing, Phoenix Wolf? Hope you're doing well. Enjoy it, let it simmer for more flavor. Yeah. I mean, if you're talking about the tea, yes. If you're talking about this game, you're gonna finish it sooner than you finish the marathon game. True. But you know, I had some kind of content. Okay, is this the last? Is this the last boss?
Selfish of fortune's fools, oblivious. I live in a training ground for prostitutes. My mentor.
Sex.
User and purveyor. I've been.
It's all about sex.
The killer of my family, as he corrupted my mind. I sought relief from my pain, and you turned me away from the truth.
You are almost there. Almost free from what you fear. You could have been cured. You could have forgotten.
Abandon the memory of my family.
Spabutman.
They are dead. And you should be too.
You misbegotten abomination. Murderer. You blood-sucking parasite. The damage you've done to children. The abuse.
I provide a service. In the great and awful metropolis, appetites of all sorts must be gratified.
My family, my mind, the infernal train.
The train is your invention, your defense. I merely set its schedule and itinerary. The train is coming with its shiny cars, with comfy seats, and wheels of stars. So hush, my little ones, have no fear. The man in the moon is the engineer.
I'll stop that train, if it's the last thing I do.
As you wish, it will be.
What the fuck is that?
Your lust, and where your body is, your mind will follow. Perhaps it's already there.
Alright, just bring me back to whatever bullshit it is. Oh. Yeah, chapter 6. This is the last chapter. Alright. So I heard that chapter 6 is just a boss battle and that's about it. Hey, Adele. What the fuck is DQ Dragon Quest 7? I never played a Dragon Quest game, so yeah. If you mean Dragon Quest. Other than that, I don't know what DQ7 is, unless it's some DQ7D's nuts.
You could use one. They're proud to display their provenance.
You brute! They can't remember who they are or where they're from.
I mean, some games, if it's long, I don't mind. This one just feels it's just way too long for its kind because they're just repeating shit again and again and again. Like, I don't mind how it is. Like, if they were to put it on one section and that's about it, then yes, I don't mind. Okay, JRPGs are just long as fuck anyways, you know? Which I don't mind. If it's like a 30-hour JRPG, I don't mind. Because you're getting new content again and again and again. This one, however, is just fucking, you know... It's way too long for its kind. It's not like Alien Isolation. I think Alien Isolation, for how long it is, I think it's alright. This one, for how long it is, I just... No. Because they're just repeating the fucking process again. Like the third chapter, where I had to repeat the same process 3 times, and I'm like, why the fuck do I have to repeat it again? I played it last year. Yeah, I played it last year. It was long, but I didn't mind how long it was because it was really good long. Graphically is great. Like, this game's graphical, like, standpoint and also the level design is really great. It's just how it's played out.
Abused me, but you will not destroy me.
No, the damage is done. The old Alice and her Wonderland retreat are demolished. You can't even recognize what's happened, and you're powerless to change it or move against me. I've made certain of that.
Come to receive your punishment, then?
I know I'm guilty of something, but punishment never suits the victims of the crime.
Abuse is a crime the strong visit on the weak. You're right. Abusers are insufficiently punished for the damage they do.
That's like the only thing I like about this game is... Wait, no. Like, there are a few things that I really do like about this game.
Mitigates your failure to act earlier.
You
may not yet
hold
have
on.
paid enough for witnessing the pain of others.
There are a few things that I like about this game. One is how graphically amazing it is for a 2011 game. It became my nightly routine to tune into a stream. I told you, it's like the daily streaming. So it is what it is. But yeah, okay. Graphically, this game is great. Like, the level design is great. On how it is also great. The combat system is also really good. The problem is that it's just way too fucking long, and they just repeat the fucking process again and again and again, and I just don't like it.
You corrupted my memories, but you failed.
If they repeat the same process again and again and again, and, you know, not providing new content or new kind of puzzling towards the game, is just fucking ridiculous at this point.
Holding on to your fantasies. You're mad. Like your
It became my
sister.
daily routine to the Juho Ranch. True.
Your sister was a tease, pretended to despise me. She got what she wanted in the end.
Why do you have fucking weird ass fingers?
What is this train's destination?
Madness and destruction. You shouldn't ask questions you know the answer to. It's not polite. And that noise wasn't Lizzie talking in her sleep.
Oh,
Juho is cursed. True.
And
That
there
cursed.
are no centaurs in Oxford. Make
Oxford.
your survival mean something, or we are all doomed.
Oxford. Not certain how to correct the term yet. Okay. Also, next week I'm gonna put one day of me actually doing a speedrun, a whole horror speedrun marathon just for the Hallowfest. Since they actually put me into Hallowfest, I'm gonna like do one day, because I don't know when in the week that I'll be getting on the front page because they never mentioned about it. next week I will try to like set a day that I will be doing a speedrun marathon full of like my horror games that I actually do speedrun, which was like I think like I counted like the active ones that I actually counted. It's like 14 of them.
The past must be paid for.
So we'll see about next week. Whoa, oh shit. Is it gonna be speedrunning? Some of the active games that I'll be speedrunning anyways. I need to check the list again, but I don't know what it is yet. I don't remember what it is yet. There's like a bunch. Holy fuck. Okay, hold on. What? Wait. Smash the hand from Smash. Oh shit, it is! I just realized that. Yeah, it is. Holy shit. Oh wait, huh? Because I was really sleeping. Oh god, hello. What the fuck? Wait. No, wait.
The cost of forgetting is high.
Whoa. Whoa! Smacked me. Get fingered, bitch, baby. Shut the fuck up, Just RS25. You're calling me the bitch baby now. Look at that attack. What the flying fuck is that? Damn, bro. Is this how you actually finger someone? Whoa, he actually double fingered me. What the fuck? Bro. No. Like, no. Oh, fuck. Wow. But whoa, dude. One in the I don't know. Oh fuck. Wait. Wait, how about the other one instead? Ay, shit. Hey! Oh my god, bro. I got slammed. Oh, what the flying fuck? Okay. Fuck, what is happening? Jesus fucking Christ, bro. No, don't fucking finger me! Oh no, okay. I'm gonna get fingered again. Hold on. Oh my god, bro. The auto aim is so shit, bro. Am I gonna get... At least I got one. Or two. God, the auto aim, man. Wait, what? Time for my 10.0 to become an 8.3? Wait. Did I do it? Did I finish it? Was that it?
I'll see you charged. In prison, some half-wit bruiser will make you his sweetheart, and then you'll hang.
Indeed. A hysterical woman, former lunatic, roaring outrageous accusations against a respectable...
This is all for an argument. What the fuck?
My God, Alice, who would believe you? I scarcely believe it myself.
You, monstrous creature. Such evil will be punished.
By whom? By what? Psychotic, silly bitch. Your madness will be punished. Now leave. I'm expecting your replacement.
What? Yeah, all is this for an argument inside her fucking head. Oh. Oh no, please don't. No, 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 no. No! Aw, she did it. All for the male key. She wanted to be... No, no, all for the female key. Sorry, female key. That's a female key. Oh, what? Okay. Shut up! I mean, to be fair though, like, who gets the genders right? Am I right when it looks like that shit? Yeah, yeah, who gets the gender right sometimes? Am I right? Haha.
Again, no surprise, really. Only a very few find the way, and most of them don't recognize it when they do. Delusions too die hard. Only the savage regard the endurance of pain as the measure of worth. Forgetting pain is convenient. Remembering it, agonizing. But recovering
You like what you...
suffering. And our wonderland, though damaged, is safe in memory for now.
Yay, GG. Okay. Yeah, like I said. Okay, like I said, the game is cool. I like the game. The problem about this game is that it's way too fucking long. I don't like how long it is. Is that the first game now? Sephi, stop coming in at the end of the game, always. How are you doing, Sephi? I don't have the first game. I don't know where can I actually get the first game from. That's the thing. Like, I don't know how to find a first game, honestly. But yeah. This... No! Well, at least, I mean, extra content. I'm not gonna play the extra content in the game. I'm not gonna do that. Wait, is there extra content? Wait, let me see the extra content. Oh! Oh, fuck that shit. No. No. Didn't this game used to become with the first game? Did it? No, it's an extra content. Wait, really? It did? Well, it's not here. It's not here. Look at her eyes! What the flying fuck? Bro, what the fuck is... fuck's that eyes? I guess so. But I don't have it over here, so there's that. Yeah, I don't have it here, so there's that. Cross-eyed bitch. My Steve version would have it. How you doing, Despair Bears? Yeah, I'm still gonna say this, like, game is good, just way too long. I don't know how, like, why was it that long, but it was super fucking long to begin with. Chapter 3 shouldn't be as long as it is. Yeah, it's only chapter 3. I feel like all the other chapters are alright, except for chapter 3. Chapter 3 was the only one that I really just didn't like a lot. Although it's aesthetically pleasing, the length of chapter 3 was way too long. Anyway.